Hey, General. I don't have fishing up yet. Hold on. Okay, yeah. How are you doing today, General? Like dummy do. How you doing? I put off playing this long enough. Probably been like 3 weeks, almost 4 weeks. Maybe 4 weeks. Has it been a month? Been too long. I have too many pill bottles. How's everyone doing? Tell me how you doing. Anyone else who's lurking, how you doing? I'm alright. My throat was kind of dry this morning. I didn't even actually drink that much in the night. I went to bed not went to bed. I went to the bathroom like 3 or 4 times. I was like, what the fuck, honey. Guitar. It just occurred to me that I still type out Twitter, and sometimes it gets mixed up with Twitch if I don't type out enough letters. I should just type X. Just... To be honest, I prefer the first game. This one. This one feels a little too serious. Probably the Apollo one will be closer to the original. I believe so, yeah. Hey, Lascardo. Long time no see. How you doing? Alright. I have been better, but I'm exhausted out here. What more can I ask for? Hey, feel yourself hugged. Did I hug myself and pretend it's you? Is that what you're saying? My arm's too small. Okay, what was the last game? And actually clouded Kokoro. Oh, this is still just in the beginning. 12 hours. Thanks, Lost. Appreciate that. I see you, Free Star. I see you, Afro. I see you, Shin. The GIF that I chose for the tweet is so low quality. But as a cat, it's cute, so. You have those kind of connections, Lost? That'd be crazy. Get out of here, cheap viewers. On mod. And I did it. Who needs mods? Hey JK, I love my mods. While we wait for people to file in, my husband asked me to take out the dishes, and I'm gonna go see if he still needs help. I'll be right back. I am back. It only says that 2 people are here, even though there's more than 2 people here. Kind of strange. Thank you, thank you. So my husband said he offered to buy me lunch because my dad had made Spanish rice, which I brought home, and like half of it was supposed to be for him, half of it was supposed to be for me. And then I didn't eat it yesterday. I was like, okay, I'll eat it tomorrow. I literally said that. But he somehow in his brain he thought that I wasn't gonna eat it, so he ate it. And now he better feel bad. Maybe... Hey Yuki! I'm doing okay, how about you? Maybe we should... I think we should start over for this episode. After that one is... So it's this one, and then there's the second game. Oh! I'll be here forever. Gingerbread tea! That sounds so nice. I'm jelly. Give me some of that gingerbread tea. Have you, Yuki, have you ever been here for any of my Ace Attorney streams? Oh, they're fun times. I mean, the usual... Oh. 11 chapters. Okay, we'll start from the beginning. So... This is the Ace Attorney Chronicles. Are you familiar with Ace Attorney to begin with? Like, let's just start there. Because a lot of people are familiar with the meme, like, objection! But they aren't familiar with the game itself. Blender! Hi, Blender! Somehow I missed that message. Milady. It was thanks to Demi that I saw the Blender message. So basically... I was supposed to say, okay, basically Mom's Blender. No. Basically, Ace Attorney is a Japanese game that has a very, like, comedic, farcical take on lawyers and prosecutors. And so there's, like, the situation, and usually you do some investigations, and then there's a lot of puns and a lot of, like, silliness involved. And it's usually, like, 2D. So this game, which is Ace Attorney Chronicles, takes place before all of that. Like, it's supposed to be like ancient times, ancient version of Ace Attorney, and it happens to be 3D and all that stuff. They take themselves a little more seriously, for better or worse. But yeah, so it's a little bit of a change. Yeah, well, Blender, if you say it like that out of context, people are gonna be like, "Nani the fuck." Yeah, so we were going through VODs last night, me, Blender, and Demi, and one clip that Blender found was my reaction to this old guy saying, you know, like, oh yeah, and then that's how my crotch got wet, my groin got wet, is actually what he said. And it was just like, that. Oh, Ada, nice of you to join us. I thought you were dead. Hey, when you're not ancient, it's like when like World War times. World War, I don't know, probably World War I, because Great Britain and Japan wouldn't be on such friendly terms otherwise. Might as well be ancient. I think it's the Meiji era. I don't know. How you doing, Ada?
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
We are only at like past the first part or two, so might as well just restart. Wow, blunder. 19 February, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Justice Chief's office. Also a reminder that I haven't done any accents in like a month, so bear with me here. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than any day, even in the middle of the night. What about the enormous beds? After my time in the SS Burya, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Or, I think I'm reading this wrong. Oh. Except, when I learnt that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops. Oh, sorry about that. Also, let me know if the balance of the sound, game sound versus my voice is okay. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. Ugh, I'm really sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh, London is a scary place. Good morning to you at this early hour. Oh, yes, well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial of the Old Bailey yesterday. Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you have a very comprehensive initiation into the British courtroom practices. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I have been appraised of events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth be claimed to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. All it takes is doing one complicated trial and you're a lawyer. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? The culpability of the defendant has not at present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to profer judgment. Well, Lord 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝘀, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. I just can't help wondering if Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 was really innocent. Mr. Naruhodo! It's just that I never managed to discern the truth, and then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 passed away immediately following the trial. No! What? Mr. 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 is dead? That would actually make a great... That's actually a great idea, Blender. I'm gonna write it down. Comp of AA laughs. Imagine like how like my laugh changing like throughout the games, like just getting more and more intense, more deranged. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. Is there anything new to examine? No, this is all the same. I try to also make the laugh get more intense depending on who it is. And they all just happen to be psychotic killers, so, you know. It is what it is, I guess. Thank you for the hydration check. Again. Well, I said again because I just happened to take a sip. And unlike Demi, I'm not a coward, and I'm open to taking yet another sip. Because I think my throat is just like out of practice because it's already starting to feel dry. If you're unsure, if you're ever unsure, just ask. Oh wait. I think there was a... Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna play the game. Okay. You said to converse, I'll converse. More often than not, you weasel your way out of it, Demi. I don't understand what happened. How could he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course, that was then the scene of the crime which Mr. 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝘀 had been accused of. No, you don't. Unless you're lying to me. Either you're lying to me then or you're lying to me now. Because you're like, oh, I'm gonna not drink because I just drank. Like, you know, 3 seconds ago. But 3 seconds ago was already too late. Precisely. Well, the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter. The omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found in the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝘀. That's awful! The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to stop paying more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝘀 did mention something about going back to the courtroom to look into the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I am told. I asked if I could be presented I asked if I could be present for it myself. Damn it, you just turned Blender on. An inspection of the omnibus. Oh. Ad break starts in a minute. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝘀 talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝘀. Well, in 14 seconds, not much is gonna change, so get ready for a little break. Break. Ooh! And we'll be back in 3 minutes. I will exist. For any of those of you who don't have ads for whatever reason. I'm thinking about doing what 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀 does for her Be Right Back, where it's kind of like it's not a completely opaque screen, like you can see through it. But I'm not yet sure how I want that to look. Maybe it could be clouds. I want to hear it. Do you also not have ads? Go for it, Blender. It's weird. Okay. I think it might be 30 minutes after you join is when you get your first ads, and then you get the ads with everyone else. Blender, are you gonna tell me? Oh. There could be some trees or something, and your model keeps sneaking to each tree and peeking out from the tree. Cute. Tree. Peeking. Shouldn't I do something that's a little bit more on theme, though? Like, what if I did that, but thematically? Maybe it could be, instead of trees, it could be like... I was thinking like a riverbank or something, but maybe a waterfall? I don't know. If you guys have any ideas, let me know. Yuki, do you, remind me, do you go to school or do you work, or what's your shindig? Oh, stay-at-home mom. Right. Yeah, you keep forgetting you're a water cat, Sag. I'm thinking maybe the peaking, but like with like clouds or something. Like the clouds would roll in And like they gonna be like passing by over whatever the thing is. And then I'll be like, I could do the peeking, I don't know. Cause I probably have my model still being tracked in the be right back screen, so maybe, I don't know, maybe not. I'm open to ideas. One thing that's kind of nice about the chair that I'm in right now is that it lets me lean back. Back. Being in a place where it just keeps hitting my mic and it goes like dong. Yeah, Yuki, when we start the Ace Attorney Apollo series, I'll definitely tap you so you can see it in its true form. Maybe it's because the British always have a stick up their butt. That's why this version of the game is more serious. Although the voice actor for the main character is surprisingly unaccented. Like, he doesn't have a very deep accent at all. Not deep, thick accent. And it's also it sounds more northerly. But I can't really capture that without more practice. Okay. Let us continue. Wow, General. The orders. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, wow. Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity, Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Oh, that's nice. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. Oh, that was Ryunosuke. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent, wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I'll freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I've prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite as urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died, as yet. And the trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. Huh. So the trial's tomorrow, then. Is everything alright? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was... well, it left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There's one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Oh, this is the one with the Japanese guy, isn't it? Who's like just doing everything in haikus. Yes, that's right. Oh, here we go again. Your time is up. You'll have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There's now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds till the court sits. Last time he mentioned the 23 hours, he said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask of you. Oh, what is that? Yesterday you remarked upon something. That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would be interested to hear what exactly you meant by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kusama always said, you see, that he wanted to learn how the great justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself, and this another thing. Oh! Another thing? Continue. On the way here in the steamship, he said something to me. Can you give the hydration check? Oh. There's something important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done, if he had made it to... You're out of time. Well, thank you for the enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what is all of this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I have taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to appraise you of the details. How long has he been there? So I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Kusama-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly he never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I just hope I'm imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. The worst thing about this is he's eating his fish and chips and it makes me want fish and chips. Could we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand. Why can't I talk? Some frippery about the weather does not get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know? I don't know what kind of accent he has. Oh, but Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having the likes of you do a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers will be saying, Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's busy with the bigwigs these days. And it's because some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the defense lawyer. Eh? Sorry, I'm just putting up my hair. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did she pull that off? So, Mr. Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Nice, General. Does this detective's name mean anything to her? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Mr. Sato. But he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Yes, he's featured prominently in the adventures of 𝗟𝗏 Sholmes. Oh, in that publication. What's it called again? Rance magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Sholmes, Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about all that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course. But he does come up with some good lines from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot in all of Scotland Yarders. Those are his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. And that he's not, and thanks to that magazine, my name's all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit, to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They always whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he's started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what the folks are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying, as sure as eggs is eggs. I kept the feeling that this detective could be very hard to work. Would be very hard work, or something like that. Oh dear, perhaps a sudden rise in fame does change people. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned in the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal. but she's still laid up in hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack a poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished off whoever it was a Susato takedown, wouldn't you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question. Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry. There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. I have not. Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord 𝗟𝗶ሔር𝗸𝘀. Oh! Sounds like you've already heard of him then. Oh yes. We're very familiar with Lord 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord 𝗟𝗶ሔር𝗸𝘀, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilder told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 stands before the prosecution, they call his accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every trial in which he has been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned it because every defendant he advocates against is found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. Huh. And what of it? Oh, well, I think that means even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? Where did you put those chips? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilder came from a cropper than that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What? What are you saying? Look, if 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? I love when he eats his little bottom lip like Right, well, I filled you in as you requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place. That's correct, ma'am. Correct, ma'am? my need for a country accent is kind of true, actually. That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already. He's as good as, shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. You best believe I'd be drowning Apollo in some country accents if I can. So there's no helping against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think about it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. But if the man they're arresting is innocent, you could well imagine that he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell, and I for one wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm being honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself, and I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Do you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes! Let's go! I still got it, fam! I still got it! February 19th, Briar Road. I wonder, there's a bike that was bent and it broke part of the fence. I wonder if that's going to be relevant. So this is where it happened, Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see them with my very own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of 𝗟𝗏 𝗪𝗀𝘀, but I never dreamed I'd come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet! What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your hatty dreams come true. I don't see Inspector Gregson anywhere. Shall we see if we can sneak past and investigate the scene of the stabbing? Why should we sneak? I don't want to upset one of the bobbies and be butted in the head with one of those metal helmets. My skull will crack in two, I'm sure. No, the girl is not the MC. I'm surprised you don't remember. The MC is the... Let me see if it's... I guess it doesn't show us. We're the young guy with the shifty eyes. And this 16-year-old young lady is our judicial assistant. She's been with us the entire time. How can you forget who the MC is? Oh no, an English Bobby would never do such a thing. This is the land of gentlemen, you know. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. No, it's just some young bloke. No, I feel kind of bad now that I don't actually know how much you know about the history of all that's going on. I don't necessarily think you're missing all that much, but, you know. Feel too bad. Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't be possibly ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you ever tried to walk on stilts and fall into a river, I know you'd agree with me. I'll have to hire a bicycle soon, sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. Now look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Yes, but they're all filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right. I don't think I've explored this side last time. Perhaps it's an empty property where no one lives in the moment. There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. It's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long, interesting history. Wait, so... do you not know much about, like, this game, or do you not know much about Ace Attorney in general? Because if so, that's a real shame if you've been missing out. I think you would enjoy it. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right, cheap, but ideally with reasonable level floors. It does come in an anime form, but it was a game first. The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Also, that means we didn't meet Lotta Hart! Maybe in the past VODs you might have seen her. That was my real country accent. Got a whole lot of heart and a whole lot of sass. Gotta smack you on that ass with this afro frizz sass. I don't know. Well, it's known as foggy London town. I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. It looks like it's still being built though. Ah, yes! That must be the Crystal Tower being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. It's going to be the largest exposition in history, is it? I can't even begin to imagine it. Well, we'll definitely have to make a big thing out of the one we have to apparently interview an orca because reasons. You see all the black smoke rising from the chimneys over there. It says here, in Great Britain, many people heat their homes in the winter using coal. The only chimneys I remember seeing in Japan were on top of the bathhouse. Do you think those houses could be on fire? Not at all. Well, even so, that much thick smoke billowing to the heavens is surely going to turn the whole sky black sooner or later. Gosh, you may be right about that. Hey Gary, how you doing? It's the Bobby. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. Gary, where are you from again? Also, I'm glad that makes me happy that you and Heels have become regulars of sorts. Dead by Daylight test server. Hungry, right. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what's going on. Yes, you have had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed panic look you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Ugh. I can't make high the way it hee hee. What a delightful snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though. Oh, it has a scarf, look. You'd need one if you're out here in the freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman won't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like this to rush crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. I'll just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it. Wouldn't it? Snow gentleman. Indeed. Alright, hold on. I'm seeing something. Someone added me. That's it. That's you. What does it mean to get gen rushed? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. Oh, the generators. Why is it soul crushing? I've never played Dead by Daylight myself, but I've seen people play it. Oh, I see. 19th February, local prison cell 9. So, these are the British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. They feel just like a dungeon. Yes, and I have experience in Japan myself. I can assure you our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently our client is in this cell here. It's so dark in the back I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representation is here to see you. Stop hiding in the back of the cell. Show your face at once. Am I... Call me by a number. It's utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Sorry, I got distracted reading the chat. Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think is going on here? I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Maybe I'll give him a nasally accent. Excuse me. Shh, quiet. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now I can sense it. Right, so could I ask you who There they are. You come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try and hide it, you're a ghost. A ghost? Good luck, Gary. We mean you are no harm, prisoner-san. Are you... Japanese, by any chance? This is... beyond my wildest dreams! Forgive me for that outburst before, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine, we're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it! It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am, in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turned out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah, what compassion my fellow countrymen show. The dispatched first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! A first-class lawyer? Oh, a first-class lawyer. Oh dear, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. It's kind of hard to do a nasal voice with a British accent. It's just like the notes that you hit aren't the same. Not notes, the intonations. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato-san Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Nobly, notoriously named Natsume. Sosuke Natsume. Soseki Natsume, sorry. Not Sosuke. Soseki Natsume's son? What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I am a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Mr. Naruhodo-san. No, don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku, that really reminds me of home. Do I hear that you say you're a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to study English. First, I had to suffer that misery. And now this! It's beyond the pale! Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I had an interest in Great Britain for some time, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it? Does it mean you can do it? No! What do you mean? They told me to study English literature. That I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I see. No, we can tell that he likes to be extra. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words in whitewashy. On whitewashy. You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us why exactly you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife! Right before my eyes! Before your eyes? Do you mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems to be this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's a curse! The curse of London! It's incredibly, irritatingly inconvenient! So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was an accursed evening just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I had been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back with my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop was an accursed too. As I was walking along the accursed pavement, I could make out the silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I was to overtake her, she let out a sudden little scream and collapsed on the cold, hard slabs of the stones at my feet. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a what? Sorry, 1 second, I'm scratching my back. Hey, scratch. Ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Late exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run like that. Tell me, 𝗟𝗶_𝗀𝘀-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. You think I know any of this fair-haired English, and a young woman at that. I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman unknown to 𝗟𝗟_𝗀𝘀-san. And at the time that it happened, who else did you see nearby? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was no one else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if 𝗟𝗟_𝗀𝘀-san has just told us he is true, then there's something I can't explain. He says he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else on the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. You! What did you just say? Nothing! I didn't say anything! Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did 𝗟𝗟_𝗀𝘀-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was no one at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yes, she's right. What was in the TS? What's the TS? Also, why are you mega happy now, Gary? Crouched down because giving you boobs. That's cute. So Blunder, what were you saying by the TS? What does that mean? But what does TS stand for? I know you're asking Gary. Oh, I was 70% sure you're asking Gary, but I don't know what TS stands for. Do tell this curious cat. Consequently, continuously, curious. Oh yes, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. All of the bad luck. Accursed great detective. Oh, accursed great detective. Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed busybody, begone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. I knew it. Oh, test server. Thank you. Mr. Sholmes. 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after the nightmare that had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing at a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly busted the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police, put the weapon down. Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils! You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That 𝗟𝗶ሔር𝗀𝘀. It's actually just 𝗟𝗶ሔር𝗀𝘀. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective really is very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Shlom's deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged our way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question. They kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendishly foreign, flammery. Well, we are in England. You can't blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. But my mind went blank, and I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. Next thing I know, I was in manacles. And before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo, and while we're speaking English, the simpler Mr. will be more than enough. Oh yes, alright, yes, they've really gotten to me. This country's poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You could tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student. I had defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one though. At this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice is in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum student. A locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of the defense lawyer from a great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. Was my best friend. A keepsake. A moment. I think that saying, do they say a moment in the Chronicles? Is that like their switched up one? Hey 𝗟𝗍, how you doing? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, what do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me. Goodness, why do you say that? Well, the same reason you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks like I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Sasaki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Somebody to not be trusted. I heard them openly laugh about me before in my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course, the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't even understand half of what is being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong! I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there in the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Sasaki-san, that's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? Shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it'll make it'll give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Miss Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. What is an RPG class book? What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trail, I'm afraid you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells then? What do you make of the criminal? Look at that little lip. Look at that little lip. He's so cute. He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. Doesn't bother me. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh, the stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and rouses all the labourers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yep. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself. Myself going back a bit. I had no idea. Bobby's work for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. I suppose between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And chase after criminals who try to evade the law. I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly, more like alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. I've always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago. Just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with the blade from behind. Is it right that the woman's still unconscious now? You mentioned that she was being treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means I haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's your policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. The local map has been entered in the court record. 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀. 𝗟𝗚𝗂𝗪. That's a lot of reading. And reference to your D&D stuff. Anyway, as far as we know, there's no one else in the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsumi has claimed to not have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that no one else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, man, precisely the moment of stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. Ah! It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now. Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife. The man who's the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Oh! A policeman. Welcome back, Slender. That might change things. And the policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked. Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby, catching them in the bang in the act and all. Would you mind if we ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Carlo, how you doing? Carlo. Oh. I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's it then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. What are you fuming about, Carlo? What's up with you? What you been up to? Oh, there's an ad break. Ad break. I'll come back. You still have a minute of ad time. Carlo, you haven't told me what you're up to or how you're doing. But the Twitch is weird. Balls. It's just part of your personality to be a wholesome uncle who mows the lawn and likes to swim and sing. I'm always impressed by people who are really close to their nieces and nephews. It's cute. Welcome back, everyone. Oh, speaking of which, that must be why you fit in so well here, Carlo. You know, Blender, it occurred to me that it's weird that you say that my biggest smiles on my motto are when I'm eating, because I eat with my mouth closed. So unless I'm like talking and eating at the same time. There isn't really a reason for my mouth to be open. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Carlo. Carlo, okay, so at some point I'm going to make an intro video, and I'm going to like do a little skit thing interviewing people. And Carlo, I hope that you'll... Do you ever voice chat, Carlo? I think that you would be a funny person to ask. Even if we don't have your voice, we could do it over Messenger or something like that. I haven't heard an Estonian accent in such a long time. Balls. Yeah, you guys just start thinking of witty things to reply with if someone asks you, hey, what do you think of 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀? Or like, what are her strengths or weaknesses or whatever. You have less an accent than me. How's that possible? I don't have an accent. Is it because you just can't speak English? It's okay. Unless you mean less accent than me having a British accent. Demi will be our class clown. I'm gonna go to the litter box. I'll be right back. I need to say and send voice answer so I won't die of anxiety. Don't die of anxiety. Wait, no. Was I doing something like that? Oh. That sounds kind of awful, Carl. It's only gonna be like snippets of time. It's not gonna be like, okay, give us your life story. Oops. Who needs an OnlyFans? You get it live. He's like, what are you doing? Hello? Give me that side eye. What do you mean you're wondering what we were? Just thought of an even better solution for this cat cam. Well, you can't be the art kid if there's so many art kids. Being the art kid is a very, like, coveted spot. You're that endearing kid that everyone loves because they're very wholesome despite them being slow, but they're also like willing to like be the butt of jokes in a good way. Because it's part of his personality. Part of his, like, canon. See, he's okay with it. Yeah, Demi's very lovable. You can't take all wins, you know? I should say all the wins. Let's turn this off while I fix this. I don't need to give you guys any more incriminating evidence than you have. No, I don't want to be the token Asian kid. I've always been the token Asian kid. Hey Kyo, how you doing? If Demi's the class clown, Kyo's the cringe clown. Look guys, we've upgraded. Look at this. You're just you're like, Kyo's the president of the cringe crew. And Demi and Tutu and part-time 𝗟𝗟 are the cringe crew. I give you hugs. Oh hey 𝗟𝗟, thanks for the poke. It's like he was summoned. So yeah, right now I have my tribot as at the highest it can be. And now you're getting a direct view of the cat himself. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. The Lord trolled the bejesus out of you? How so? And how are you doing, 𝗟𝗶ሔር𝗀𝘀? Do you have a run today? Oops, sorry for the burp. Oh, nice. Well, tell me, at this point, I feel like we know you well enough that we know what words you're gonna say. That doesn't have to be a bad thing. I was telling Blender yesterday about how your drum on your Toontown character kind of reminds me of a snail shell. And beatbox skills also very helpful. Well, Carlo, I think you would qualify as a cool kid. And I feel like 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀's like she's like the artsy... She's like the popular girl who's artsy but also very kind. Like, nothing has something bad to say about her. Cute, you know? But maybe I'm biased. Okay. Wow, Demi. You underestimate yourself. I feel that, Kyo. I feel that on a spiritual level. I hope you feel better, though. Is it like more of a physical thing, or is it more of like a mental thing? Or both? Anyway, I'm gonna continue the game in the meantime. Yeah, it's true. should charge my Fitbit. The person who led you to the suspect. I heard that was Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. What are you on about? Or something like that. I don't know. What do you say? Oh, what are you bringing him up for? That was basically the same. Was it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Who did you hear that name from? Wow, Blunder. Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsumi who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Shlom's was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of Mr. Shlom's inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle. Oh. The man's an amateur, and I'm sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
New coffee shop sale from Emma.
Eh? Honey? What's this? God, I cough coffee. Oh, they got one of my head resources. The stream didn't suddenly pause. Someone bought one of my head, what do you call it? One of my head resources that I made, like a live 2D head guide. And, so the notification went out, so I wanted to check what it was. But I don't think it stopped. Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime and wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims you've solved the case. What was I gonna say? I was gonna add something to the list and I was gonna tell Blunder to remind me, but now I forgot it and I haven't even written it down. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He's a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble. Oh. Ever seen this before? Oh yes, that's the Rance magazine. A wonderful publication in which the adventures of 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called Great Detective makes a mockery of us all. If you ask anyone in the Yard, it's a misadventure to be handled by any 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀's tale at all. Included. Well, I suppose there's an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. Man's is as dangerous to us as Scotland Yard as he is to all of our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the Great Detective and the police have a complex relationship. Hey, Tutu, I see you lurking. Yes, it is Kill. We started over from the beginning. Because it's been so long since I streamed it last. Aw, we care about you too, Tutu. Someone didn't donate Blunder. They bought one of my head resources, and because I happen to be live, it happened to show up here. Resource. Yeah, boy. You never know what to say because you connect stuff to stuff deeply. Can you give an example? Although I guess maybe if you're connected too deeply, you won't be able to tell us. Huh. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt will touch the case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is handled by the 𝗟𝗶𝗹𝘀, you mean? There's no way to save that man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper, he hasn't appeared in court for once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right, he handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. It couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? I feel like we're kind of like... can't not talk about stuff. You can't not talk about, so that means you want to talk about it? But also, Tutu, you can't, like, it's good to consider that. But also, you can't protect everyone, you know? Sometimes you just need to get it out. It's just life. Life happens. And if anything, maybe it's something that they don't want to face, but they maybe do need that little reminder to face it. But anyway. There's more, no, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Well, Blunder said. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? You think I can tell what's going on inside of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Yeah. Oh boy, here we go. Let me put my timer on. Hey, Shinny-poo. Shinster. How you doing, Shin? I hope you're feeling a little better. I don't remember why it is that you're sick, though. Or like how. Okay. The timer started, yeah. I didn't call you a bad son, yeah. At least not just now, yeah. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again, yeah? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it, yeah. Yeah, but that was yesterday, yeah. I think that isn't inherently a bad thing, yeah? Sometimes it is what it is, yeah? Oh, I see, Shin, yeah. I was just saying yeah, but it sounded like yeah. So sometimes that positive energy is just a cover-up for what they're actually feeling, yeah? Well, yeah. I don't think we're going to get any more... I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective, yeah? Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion, yeah? Oh yes, what is it, yeah? Well, it seems to me, yeah. Thank you for the hydration check. Yeah. That we must speak to him about this, yeah? By him, do you mean... Mr. Sholmes, yeah. Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, yeah, exactly, yeah. Look at those shining eyes, yeah. You can't wait, can you, yeah? Well, Mr. Natsumi did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, didn't he, yeah? Yes, he did. He really did, yeah. Which makes him an involved party in this case. Are you not going to ignore that? I hope not, yeah? I assure you, it is simply not my self-desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again, yeah? The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even, yeah? It's Baker Street, yeah? How do you know that, yeah? It's in the stories, of course, yeah? 22-1 Baker Street, yeah? The most famous address in the world, yeah? Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose, yeah? We'd better try to find our way out before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable, yeah? My human voice acting. Thank you. What does a Brit Memi look like? Hurrah, yeah. I'll summon the carriage, yeah. So we're going to have a reunion already, yeah? With the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, yeah?
Thank you very much.
It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day.
Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Oh, Sholmes. I keep saying Shlomes. Yeah. February 15, 23 p.m. Sholmes Suite, yeah. Wow, Demi, yeah. No watch, yeah. Yeah, but this game is a lot more serious than the previous one, yeah, in my opinion. So this is where the great detective makes his living, yeah? It feels so surreal to be here somehow, yeah. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato-san? Miss Susato-san, yeah? Susato-san, yeah? Okay, then yeah, time's over. Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. What do you mean haunting Yukio? She's obsessed. Well, it looks like our detective isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anyone home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Hello! Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? Hello. Wait, aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. Thanks, 𝗟𝗶ሔር. I've had a throne for ages. This is just a random notification that sometimes comes out. I don't really know how or why. Like, if I look into it, I can probably find it. But like, I made that notification like ages ago. I think it's like, oh, after this many messages, it'll trigger again. But it always feels very random. I'm sure this is the same girl. Mr. Seto, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? Blunder added to the list. Throne. We had to add a raid. If you guys can think of any other commands that we don't have that would be useful, let me know. Right now we have raid, clip, throne, or ones to add. To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. The King of Bohemia? King Wilhelm Gottschried Sigismund von Olmstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. I get the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. A tea is brewed. I have freshly baked cake as well. Ah, it's you! I knew it. Shizu Sato-san recognizes her too. Oh my god, Kyo. Ah, there you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. It's a girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilda's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Before you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh my god. It's too highbrow for me to do. Oh yes, it was challenging. I've tried this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Wow, it was a thinly veiled whatever. Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely. Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Oh, well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Hey, Cat, how you doing? Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she do us all those things, do you think? And perhaps, more to the point, why is she here, Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? That's great to hear, Kat. It is a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait, this can't be. Did you... Did you say your name was Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunotsuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikatoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely. Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie? And Bruno? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I've had so many questions for her, I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Like, why does everyone be able to... How is it that everyone can always read his mind? I think there's an achievement for exploring the house before talking to her. Ah, I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it? Of course it is. Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing. Oh, really? Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational, Miss Naruhodo. Inspirational. I immediately started playing the koto, which is the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find. What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London. Oh yes, well... Papa was beaming when I asked if he would buy me one. But after a while, he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. So now it's only merely an ornament in my room. You know how you got, you know... Yay! Got the achievement second-rate strings for having examined the violin before talking to her. You know how you got, you know... What? Blunder, please expand. That must have been an awkward conversation. What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine? That's the great, 𝗟𝗶ጵ𝗹𝘀. It can analyze anything, really, anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with investigations. What sort of things has he analyzed with it? Do you know? Well, it's actually... He hasn't used it for anything yet. Oh, why not? Apparently, on the evening that he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him. I don't actually have anything that I need to analyze. Oh, dear. Oh, congrats! Let's give her a shout out. Cat. Oh wait, I can't. Okay. Let's give me shout out. Cat. Congrats on your affiliate! If people aren't following Kat, you should. She's very, very sweet. And for anyone lingering, we don't usually promote other people's streams like this, but I trust Blendy, and I know Kat. That is worth it. I just don't want randos coming in and be like, oh, hey, wow, look at, like, I just totally did like a stream that everyone's gonna love, like, you know, totally go to my stream, yeah, side eye. But yeah, congratulations on your hard work. No crying aloud. That's the happy tears. Well, I guess they might be happy tears. But anyway, you deserve the best, Cat. You're very sweet. And I appreciated how even when we first met, like early on, you just like jumped in the stream and we were just like all just hanging out together. And it's very nice. I feel like most people wouldn't necessarily do that, so. Very sweet. Wait, do I not follow you? Nani, the fuck? Okay, well now I follow you. I'm sorry that I didn't before, I didn't realize. I thought I was already followed. Yeah, the insult was that I accidentally didn't follow you. Oh, she's a small Oni. Sorry, I was busy stalking her Twitch pic. How about you, Reno? Have you anything you'd like to analyze? The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. There's all sorts on the shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's heaped up so high I can't help but feeling the whole lot is about to topple at any moment. I keep telling Hurley not to cram so much in these shelves. Good advice. He wants to look something up in one of those books a while ago. But it all was so tightly wedged in he couldn't get it out, so he went and bought a new copy instead. Why are all those bullet holes up in the wall there? Was Mr. Sholmes trying to shoot a pestilent fly or something? Mr. Sholmes would never do something so reckless. No? Those are the letters VR, standing for Victoria Regina. That's Latin for Queen Victoria. So you mean he shot the Queen into the wall? In a moment of boredom, Mr. Sholmes adorned the wall with a patriotic sign, that's all. Excuse me, and I'm sorry for your ears. It's as pistol practice. Right, that makes perfect sense now. Thank you. Thank you. It's exactly as it's described in the stories. Oh, this is delightful. Are you happy, Demi? You got your explosion. I'm not sure that the real explanation is any less reckless than shooting a fly, personally. It's patriotic, Mr. Naruhodo. Patriotic! Thank you for the stretch. It looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy with equally sturdy lock. Mr. Naruhodo, you must not go around snooping. You mustn't go around opening things. I've always had to keep an eye on you. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. How did you come to that conclusion? Oh, that chest contains some of my most valuable things. And that smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire, watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. Oh, it's so relaxing. We can't relax, not when there's so many interesting things in the mantelpiece. Oh, it's just as described in the stories. Is it? Yes, exactly. Inside the Persian slipper, for example, are my chocolate for 𝗟𝗋𝗀s. And transfixed by that large jackknife is my shopping list for the market. Oh, standing desk. Well, as you can see, the cat is going away. As good as you're gonna get. This is your fault. Oh, it's not quite how I remember it being described in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Poor Susato-san, she looks crushed. Well, you can't just do that, bro. I mean, I guess it means I can sit after 5 minutes or something, but... I mean, I guess you could, that's the whole point of it, but... It seems like a waste. I'm here now. A mysterious shoe, a curious hammer, the mysterious dancing man, and a bust of Napoleon. Ah! What an entrancing collection. This is the first time in my life I've seen a lonely shoe displayed as an ornament. Oh, those are all mementos that Hurley has collected from his past cases. Really, even the bust. Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust. Poor defenseless emperor. Mr. Sholmes destroys it. Yes, and then he buys a new one. You make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor. Well, at least now you can say you did it, Blunder. Ah, how entrancingly bohemian of him. No, there's more. Oh, this side is so neat. tidy. What a beautiful English tea set, and so neatly arranged. It's a favorite pastime of mine, a cup of herbal tea in the afternoon. Tea, made of herbs. That's right. I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden, so I can experiment with different blends. One moment, don't go away. I'll brew a pot of the special blend I came up with earlier today. She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink. That's a charming little white shelf, full of charming little bottles, too. Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode. Explode? Are they exotic chemicals? Do you use them for exciting experiments? Yes, indeed. As Hurley always says. Chemistry is an explosive science. Sorry? I agree, every single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world. Or perhaps he just means it literally. Either way, mental note, do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris. What on earth is that big black lump over there? Ah! That fascinating thing is called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quickly, too. Oh, that sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. I guess that's it. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey. Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Although at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Oh. Ah, thinking back now. You left with Miss Lestrade. Lestrade? Maybe it's just right, Lestrade. Lestrade and Toad, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Okay, good luck with work. Are you referring to the trial disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly, so I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting it with a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after all that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. I'm sorry, your technician. Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yeah, Hlac Sholmes. We live together here. I had no idea the great detective had such a interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well, then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out the lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution here is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, go ahead, Susie. Bye, Ozzy. Thanks for the lurk. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Hlac Sholmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Rent's magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. So it would be such a shame if I were the only one to ever hear about them, wouldn't you think? Goodness! Last night, he was telling me all about the new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you're Arthur? Yes. I'll let you know a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure the Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories, here and there. This time, I have the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. 𝗟𝗰's first thought as well, actually. Yes. And of course I know the snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... I'm just moving the chair down. It's a story! Some poetic licenses justifies making it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, you mean to say... Are the stories about Mr. 𝗟𝗰's that are published in the Rance magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've read are written by a doctor of medicine, Mr. John H. Wilson. 𝗟𝗏-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine. No, at 10 years old. At 10 years old. Oh, that's quite incredible. But Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. But I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, this sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I suppose it does, yes. Poor 𝗟𝗏-san, she looks like her whole world has just been falling apart. About before. Yes? What is on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and that we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we are having a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all that? Oh, well, that's what you mean. Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said we're only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and a travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So I was reasonably confident that you must have just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? And I noticed the red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you, earlier today? Oh. I use those stamps to keep a close eye on the comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And the red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Max McGilded, the two of you had already had a cause to visit a foreign inmate in a local prison. However, neither of you are wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me he had caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsumi. Now, Runo has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both came from Japan yourself. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there's only one other conclusion if those facts can lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. Silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my grand deductions. Or great deductions. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed a certain something of Mr. 𝗟𝗀's delivery. Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really great news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man, wouldn't you? Iris, please. So yesterday, Mr. 𝗟𝗀's apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after a sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty, stooped man. Mr. 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀 beyond any doubt. 𝗟𝗪𝗀𝘀-san said he didn't see anyone else on the street at all, but it seems there were witnesses after all. Oh, ad break. Are you lost? That question came out of nowhere. Yes, I am. Why, what's up? You applying? JK. Oh, what's the VTuber chat standard? Is my husband single? No. Although, Blender would like to, marry my husband, if given the chance. Do you know anything about it? Like, what? All you know is that he's my husband. Why, if he was single, what would you do about it, huh? You don't even know if he's worth snagging. Blender, why can't I see these emotes? I can only see them on the stream. Even though I downloaded the 7 thingy. Always worth. I do think you guys would find him quite entertaining, though. He's very random. He's very memeable. Hashtag doubt. Very happy-go-lucky. Welcome back, everyone. Well, what gave you the urge to suddenly ask if I was married, though? I remember someone early on, or like I was anticipating more people telling me not to tell people that I was married because it's like, oh, you're gonna drive people away. I'm just like, if that's their draw and they leave because of that, then they weren't meant to be my followers anyway. I'm not trying to give some people some fantasy, especially if it's some like cat fantasy. I'm just a cat, all right. Nothing crazy.
Belly used his great detective's powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went there with the police. What did they find? A short, shifty-looking man, stooped man shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. Still, it means that the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow's too soon for a trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard's doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently.
She's not... Mike Nico? Like, that doesn't even turn into a emote on the stream chat, so I don't know what you're trying to do.
Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system.
I know what Neko means, you dummy. Well, why did you said Mike Neko? What's Mike Cat? Everyone knows that Neko means cat in Japanese. You can't exist in the world of the internet without knowing that.
I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Ah, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Nuts... Oh, me? Hurley said he was going to go to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are?
Is her name Mike Neko or something? Tell me the tea, I want to know the tea.
Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across the detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Oh, goody, in that case. Give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this?
A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris's postcard has been entered in the court record.
Calling her bad spirits? That sounds like a bad translation.
It reads, tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm going to return to my writing manuscript, The Speckled Band, and I'll be making more special blends of tea. So come again soon. Oh, we'll be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime.
So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene where Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Okay, so it looks like this is probably where we stopped last time. but we're gonna keep going this time. Wow, it was a full month ago. Yo, tell me this, he. 19th February, 2:38 p.m., Briar Road. It looks as though the police are still here carrying out with an investigation. Perfect, so let's find Inspector Gregson as soon as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Oh, okay. I'm sorry to rush you. Iris's little handwriting is adorable, isn't it? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Yes, the handwriting may be adorable, but the message is ominous. I don't know who that person is. Classic Kyo spouting out names I've never heard of. There's no room for sentiment there. I'm so simply the way you're interpreting, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I do hope the inspector tells us what we need to know when he reads it. You don't think it'll just make him munch piping hot chips until steam comes out of his ears, do you? Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of boring 𝗟𝗶ጵ𝗹𝘀, that's for sure. We have these for you, a present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give it here, at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Huh! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well... And it's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right. For the adventures of 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me, every time. Yes, of course, I know all about your exploits. Inspector, I read them avidly. Of course, hearing her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of jokes. Of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector, but that must be difficult for you. Never mind you that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, he says. So obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel just over there. Look! On the first floor of that house in the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. I figured. That's nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is Mr. John 𝗟𝗶. I wonder, I can't think of a not typo, I can't think of a pun with that. 𝗟𝗶? 𝗟𝗶. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure to give her ladyship my regards, you hear?
I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes.
Don't worry, Inspector, we will.
Goodbye for now, then.
And long live her ladyship.
Well, at least he told us what he wanted to know before he left.
Yes, so then shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely.
Surprisingly clean in here. Don't mind me, I'm just munching. Oh.
May I help you?
My voice got a little low. Like, quiet. What do you mean low? Like this? You just said yeah, but I said two things. But it was probably quiet because I had food in my mouth and I didn't want to have you hear excessive mouth noises if I could avoid it. I guess, perhaps.
Would this be the residence of Mr. John 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀? Indeed, it would. Sir, and who might I ask is calling?
My name's Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here.
Oh my god, her cheeks. It's like that other guy from 𝗟𝗶. Oh, are you gonna have hot cocoa? And by this afternoon, do you mean like, you know, just chilling out and watching a stream with us?
We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client.
Also, Kat, can you remind me what you do? Are you like a student? Do you, or do you work? Or what's your shindig?
One moment, please. I shall convey your message to Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀.
I love bouncy cheeks.
Did you see that, Mr. Sato? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I'd ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better.
It certainly feels like we've arrived now, doesn't it? Ooh, enjoy your hot cocoa. Aside from just liking hot cocoa, not like loving it, stay home pup mama. Nice. Autodidact. What's autodidact? Oh, addicted? Or, I don't know. I'm just making things up. Are you married by any chance? I feel like I'm having a deja vu moment.
We all need to meet a butler and the experience will be complete.
Sorry, went down the wrong pipe. Learning art by, yeah. I feel you.
I'm not sure if I go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. 𝗟𝗶 will meet you now this way.
It's a full-size cannon. What's it doing here?
Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica.
That old thing, bah. It's little more than a toy.
Sorry?
That army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon around the house. This is so gross. He's using his pipe to mix his tea. Also, his head looks like a moon.
Really? It isn't overkill?
Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy.
You think there might be some trouble brewing, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀?
Always is. Take Joan over here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well in the cannon over there, Joan tells me, which proves my point, I feel. But it looks purple. Like, I can understand, like, it's dark and all that stuff, but I still feel like it would look a little bit more white. I don't know, whatever.
Been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀. Do you enjoy reading?
You guess. Oh, congrats on your engagement.
Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of a fire with a jolly good book. Oh, there's a copy of France's magazine I see. No doubt Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 enjoys the adventures of Sherlock Holmes too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem.
My uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it?
It's clearly been well looked after, though.
That old thing? Ha! Not much better than rags, really.
Oh?
Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would rather gladly throw it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have an odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it?
Oh, I see.
Perhaps we should leave the past in the past.
That looks like a Medal of Honor. It's showcased in a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight.
What? That old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn in his grave if I dispose of it. The wall's the best place for it, keeps the bally thing out of my way. So it's just been polished just to shine by accident, I suppose?
There appears to be an inscription on the metal itself. Look, let me see. It says, "For distinguished participation."
Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to know his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles.
Are those mortar shells? They're enormous. Oh, I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here?
Oh, those old things? A couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of a colourful regiment folklore, that incident.
You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells?
Well, I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They're only scrap iron, after all. Usually thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you?
Useful for what, exactly?
Yes, yeah, well... Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting.
Oh no!
Hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know. Maybe you would consider throwing them away? Good day to you. John 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 at your service.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do excuse me for not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but I had to withdraw from service. Hand over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs, now I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine.
Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it?
I was panting on my way up to the top of the stairs.
You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo.
Do you think so?
Well, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a folderoy, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Dash it all, woman, be careful!
Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir.
You jolly well took off the skin of my hands.
I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life there now.
Yes, I see.
Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps keep the peace here in 𝗟𝗧𝗀. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm so sure you're aware. But this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it?
Even had some famous detective poking around here, you know? In this old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀.
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business.
Oh, but you have a copy of Rance magazine here, so...
Eh? No,
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak.
So he's in 𝗟𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀's room. It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood is twitching its curtains now. I don't really like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
Look at this enormous screen. It must have put there deliberately, surely.
Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view.
What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek.
Maybe let's not, Mr. Sato. I think the maid's going to head us off with a cup of tea. Damn, everything's askew, what the hell?
Look at that crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken, and the crockery is... oh dear. It's in pieces.
It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice.
Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it.
Yes, probably something like that, but let's not delve too deeply here.
Oh, look. What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand.
Lined up, it looks more like someone has half demolished them to me.
Afternoon tea is at a time of indulgence, you know. It's quite the English way. It's Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀𝘀's custom to take two cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful.
Oh, wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand.
Well, naturally. It would never do to waste the leftovers. Whatever Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up.
How magnanimous of you.
This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked.
Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene.
The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does the thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir.
Sorry?
As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go out opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you.
It's very unlikely these two would have seen anything in the incident then. I think we've seen everything.
About Mr. Natsume. Then, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀, please do tell us.
Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week. So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor became available a week ago, you see, so— ah! Dash it all, Joan! Do be careful.
Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry.
She obviously is knowing something, just stopping him from talking.
If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him.
Oh! Slap yourself again. Ah, look at that jiggle. Do it again. I am easily amused.
Oh? Why? He seemed to have the most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man's shady, written all over his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all?
What was that face?
Yes, oh, yes sir, indeed there was.
And she's dying to tell us.
Have you noticed anything at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsumi? Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Would you elaborate? Well, take the man's room, absolutely stuffed with books, full of it is, more than anyone should ever read. He never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to the old bookshop every day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see.
Gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 each night, but I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning.
Why does she know so much?
Would you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I understand that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct?
That's right. They're both below us, on the first floor on the street level.
And how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back each evening, for example, even the times they go to bed.
Ah! Good grief, Joan, be more careful, woman.
Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at that time? The window?
Yes, we noticed the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anything suspicious loitering nearby?
Wait, why is Joan funny? Is there something I'm missing? I'm so afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? Let me see. My mistake, yeah. Cute. Let me find an adequate emote. Okay, bye-bye. Thanks for the drawing.
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything outside of the anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seemed unrelated.
Well,
yes? Was there something then?
well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time her tea is infinite. For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing.
Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman.
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀.
Oh, yes?
I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all.
Oh, really, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀? The way you were talking before sounded like something that might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really, nothing of a...
Joan, dash it all, what's the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal then. Joan?
That's right, Mr. Bardeb. What's the matter with these two? Sounds like something happened to you in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. 𝗟𝗶's room is on?
Why, certainly, just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investing there even as we speak.
Yes, told me that's his name, has asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. 𝗟𝗏 has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services.
That's a blatant lie.
Would it be alright if we also took a look around, as in Mr. 𝗟𝗏's room, I mean?
Don't see why not. Just down one flight of stairs. I don't know if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try.
We'll need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more.
A small dark room rented by a visiting scholar from the Empire of Japan by the name of 𝗟𝗟 Natsume. Neko! Mr. Natsume's room. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books in here that are responsible for that. Now, how could it possibly accumulate like all that dust and stuff in just a week?
I don't think I've ever seen so many books in my life.
No, me neither.
So dark in here, too. Is that the window over there?
Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
No, that's true, but according to what Mr. 𝗟𝗏 told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. He's probably going to be hanging from a light, like last time or something. Kitty cat. Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master's away.
I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quickly as a flash. The tried-colored 𝗟𝗏, was it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? So Kyo, was it just like a pure coincidence that like the 𝗟𝗏, you're saying, I read it as like Mike Neko, but 𝗟𝗏 Neko.
Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan.
That's made me feel homesick now.
Already? We've been in the country 2 days.
I'll investigate thoroughly, but I can't find anything out of place here.
Oh look, it's a beckoning cat from home.
A bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that mannequin Neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting that enormous Daruma doll that you have brought in your luggage?
The cat they were talking about, they said it was a 𝗟𝗏 Neko. And you were saying 𝗟𝗏 Neko before, so I was asking if that was a coincidence or you're making some kind of joke earlier and somehow knew. Or something. Mm. Sorry, I'm just finishing my eating. No, we're good to hydrate. Welcome back. Did you do anything special with your cocoa? I just said wish your cocoa. I kind of have a little trouble with hot cocoa, I think maybe because I burned my tongue when I was young, and that kind of just like put me off of it. Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same. Now this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Look at all those books stacked up there. They're almost reaching the ceiling. Took Flynn outside and fought with my cat because she didn't want to get out of my room. Why are you... Oh, I see. She just wanted to be with you. So do you have Flynn, your dog? What is your... Oh, you shared pictures of your dog before, right? I'm pretty sure you did. You should share more pictures. Your cat. Cat. If you did before. Because I could always use a reminder. But is it just those two? They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you should never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book is, Yeah, no, I figured Flynn was your dog. Luna and Figaro? Like, Figaro, Figaro, Figaro! Like the opera? Mind you, I don't imagine that the book is all at the bottom of the pile now. Will ever be read again. Ah, so reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime. Just like the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down a path of tea ceremony philosophy. Let's see, is there anything else? This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. Seems very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here too. Oh, gotcha. I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter? Yes, it seems there's piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. So if we were to put a coin in the slot, that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night. So if you're too poor to have a coin, you have to spend the night in the dark, freezing cold. That's right. As would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. London is a scary place. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountain of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. Was surrounded by all sides of these towering tombs. Surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Yore Books. Mr. Natsume's name is on it, look, and the date of the purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. The second-hand book receipt has been entered into the court record. There he is. Is there anything else that I should click before that?
Oh wait, I want to click this. Would you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window one time after all. Although after all that remains is the frame around some bricks now. So really it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Huh. Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on the on a fit of whimsy. That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, a lack of ventilation here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha! There he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind that we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Shlomes. Mr. Shlomes. Why do I keep saying Shlomes? Did I stop saying Shlomes? Shlomes. Ah, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Shlomes, we're together on the SS Boya. Yes, of course, the Boya. And let me see what happened on that voyage. It was Kusama Asogi. He died tragically before, and you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh, well, you seem to remember something of it at least. How can he? It's been like a few days, how does he not remember? What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Sherlock Holmes, This is Mr. Oh, no, dear madame. Hold your tongue. I pride myself in my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Shone. Ha 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 ha. I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. Some Scotland Yarders ambushed me in the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. I didn't say bidet. Let me... I said brain addict. I said... Where did you think I said bidet, though? There's like nothing that's even close to bidet. Except the try the other way around. I said Baker Street. Bidet Street? No? I mean, I did make a bidet joke somewhat recently, although I don't exactly remember what exactly I was doing. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. But they approached Soseki-san in that short amount of time. I'm afraid the prudence of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. It's a mistake to think that one's brain addict has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts lest they should elbow out the useful ones. That's exactly what I do, but not intentionally, it just happens. What's that? Hold on, no memento. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from the adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pills of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. Oh, hydration check. Stretch, thank you. My back, go crack. You must mean Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes. Thank you, the bling breed. We have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madame, I would only be too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Yeah, I kind of wonder, does he have to buckle this before he, like how much is this actually attached? But I digress. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of 𝗟𝗍 Natsume. It seems you assisted his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume, yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea of what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking at Susato squarely in the face while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I was not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you, I had no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective Scotland Yard made the following request to me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There was a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene, and from the book plates I quickly determined the bookshop from which they had been purchased. And on speaking to the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there was a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. It was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I find myself quite lost in bibliophily. Oh. Yeah. That's probably what it was. Do not be deceived into believing I am the man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Welcome back, Linda. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of this lodgings? Yes, Mr. 𝗟𝗶, a retired military man. It was the first time I had ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution that is in the services. It was the first time I've ever seen a maid from the Great British Institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read that much in my Great British Primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to the betoken social standing of those dwelling within. Betoken their social standing. Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can much appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between middle and lower class, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea, and it's for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, in the retired army veteran, Mr. John 𝗟𝗶. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am yet unable to ascertain. I am thoroughly lost in what he means to say. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab someone sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. but it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely, not a tax on windows.
Precisely that.
Oh my goodness.
Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means have inherited a sizable costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich open windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in power, furnishing them with large sums of tax money.
How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
Indeed. Disease was rife as a result. Though for some 40 years ago, thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. Well, considering the situation of it, it wouldn't have sounded fake anyway. Because they do take some stuff from reality in these games. I suppose Mr. 𝗟𝗶's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price.
Because the room is so awful, I should think.
Apparently, Mr. 𝗟𝗂 only moved here about 1 week ago.
Yes, that's correct.
However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation.
Oh?
Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law?
You remember that, did you?
Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder, to the occupant of this room, Mr.
𝗟𝗂, was it?
I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday.
Really?
Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. And so promptly, too.
The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust their innocence?
Yes, trust.
Mr. Sholmes, Mr. 𝗟𝗂 didn't do it, did he?
My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea.
Oh, but
I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate?
ah yes,
That was indeed my initial intention, but there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room. And there are witnesses to swear to have seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us.
I cannot say without any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. 𝗟𝗶 is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that's really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case.
Mr. Naruhodo, as of yet, our investigations have uncovered nothing that would help establish Mr. 𝗟𝗂's innocence.
No, you're right.
Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. 𝗟𝗶's secret.
Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Could be the cat. Where's the cat? Oh, the kitty cat.
Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes.
Yes, so true. To be, or not to be. That is indeed the question, Mr. Naruhodo. To be or not to be brushed off, that is the question. And the answer is all too clear.
Let's leave Mr. Sholmes in peace, shall we?
Ah, you pair again. Tell me. Oh, add. I have this little, like, flicking trigger thingy under my chair, but I don't really know what it does. That's what I thought it would do, but no matter how I switch it, I can still lean back. Maybe. I'm looking for a manual now. To adjust our lumbar height. Okay, I guess it's the tension reference. There's a depth slider. Oh my god. open Pandora's box. Oh god, at this point I'm gonna be able to I could probably put it out a little bit more and I could just sit cross-legged. Oh. Oh, that's awesome. I'm just fiddling. Yeah. Now it's officially like, okay, I'm cool with this chair. I want to know how much it. No, I didn't have one of those. Wow, really? Whoa! I accidentally lowered my chair. Don't want to find the One Piece. They always seemed kind of large. Like, maybe a little too large to be worth having. Especially since I'm messy to begin with. Wow, that really is old. Do you think most houses that are uneven today were built uneven, or just that they worked over time? Oh, I'm 164 centimeters. How tall is your fiance? that in. I don't know what that is. In American. I only know my own height. Because I'm unwrapping a skin patch. If he hears anything crinkly. Oh, what's that? Yeah. I mean, the building I'm in is over 100 years old, and the one that my parents live in. I don't know about mine specifically, but it's likely over 100 years old. But we're also, you know, not weird. The building's also made of brick. Amazing. Okay. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀. Ah yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan? Now then, why don't you tell me what... Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, would you watch that, what you're bally well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Hmm? Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you would be so kind. Oh yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get too much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourself. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could, see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝘀 is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, I see you. I see him in the corner. Trust me, Cat, we have not grown an inch. Not need the fuck. Oh, what's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes! Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious! When did you sneak in here? 𝗟𝗀𝗀𝗀𝘀, sir. At your service. Whatever were you doing by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madame. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation.
So, I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of the space where the window appeared. Well, keep an eye on one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. It's true, Blunder. It is indeed true. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. And then those wrinkles in your brain extend to your skin. What else will I fix? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There's a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes can even see the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Jelly bean. Mr. Gsarabh, although it would seem you are a military man of considerable distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I've been able to draw by this careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? That would probably be the cat. And it is indeed the result of this beast's violent rampage that you've lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. The cat probably knocked over a bunch of stuff. The old man's broken out in... we already said that. Unbelievable. Unbelievably, it seems that Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly... How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Yeah, Blender, I was saying the same thing. There was like a children's book that had like a moon that was like a crescent or something, and I always thought you looked really creepy. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The game is afoot. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we face with the question what form of this beast might take. For a man of military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your fervid glance, Mr. Gsarabh, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast has run rampant, and he is revealed to be that lion statue. What? Yes, though an army man, you appeared unimposing at best. In fact, it has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you will have a living, breathing specimen shipped in from India, from which you keep in this very house. What? Yet, living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. This is all scratched up. It must be from the cat. I didn't really see this part before. I thought it was just like something was burned. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well. Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madame? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me that one glance in your direction. It is. It is. Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. From protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Ah! Yes, as you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗹𝘀. At 𝗏𝗏's circus, a traveling show currently sojourned in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion, and a simple visit to the circus show will reveal the lions prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. A rampaging Asiatic lion. Now, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗹𝘀, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders, the pain you feel for being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid a fit of tears, you let your beloved beast go. When I was a kid, I used to have nightmares about the man and bear, the big blue house. Oh, let's do some memories on my ID that... You must have really been slouching. Oh, you know, I didn't read Blunder's message. It says my ID says 5'4", but the doctors say I'm 5'5", and that's why she said you must have grown an inch. Like, I'm like skipping over entire messages. That's weird. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what? Must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? Lost 2 centimeters of ID, lost right there, measuring my height, take a photo, but a slouching bit. Heck. Said like a true teenager. Thank you for the hydration check. But what, we may ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? And we now only look to the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it's a pile of bills that has arisen to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. There are cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. What is a lion going to do with wheat? You have no choice but to let it go. Yes, well... And now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried on one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath, which can be clearly seen observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Oh, thanks, Oosk. I mean, a stretch for Blunder is a stretch for me. We both want to get taller. Oh, fuck. I forgot my chair leaned back. Felt like I was gonna fall backwards. You still need to hydrate, dummy. You're here in spirit. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we don't need to look at the Tower of Cakes. Huh? There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Blunder. Was it, or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman that if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk to his next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Works to a frenzy by hunger. The lion has attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks on the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Nani the fuck? Thus concludes 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀's great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Good face. Ah! What's the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀. I'm afraid I didn't notice. You've only done it like 20 times. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, I'm sorry to put in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again. Well, your deductions just now... Do you really think that a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth that it all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. 𝗟𝗏𝗀 and his maid would have been hurt. Or worse. Ah, that's where you're stuck. I would doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. My dear Susato. It occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands in great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling this was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sloane's deductions need. You can do it! Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know whether or not this is going to help Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least that's what I want to believe. Let us start again, from the beginning. Of 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀's logical and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. It certainly wouldn't take a great detective reasoning to see. But a fearsome beast has been on the rampage and late of these four walls. And we are faced with a question. What form might this beast take? Ah, the man with military breeding. Your eyes are uncommonly candid. What is his eyes towards? True nature of the beast that's run rampant. No. I really don't see the lion thing. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀's reaction, it rather seems as though the beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature, but it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. What was it then? We must follow Mr. 𝗟𝗏𝗀's gaze. It will lead us to the true answer. Yeah, what's thinking? Oh, that is.
They're married. Joan is married. They're married. They're not. That's not his maid.
What's this photograph? It appears to be Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there.
Is there a... I was wondering if maybe there was a kitten hiding in there somewhere.
Glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful would be a kinder word than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, she certainly does look that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh look, have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, it's an unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. Must have been when Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 was still in the army. He seemed to be carrying his rather stout bride effortlessly and beaming at the same time. I suppose he was very strong in his younger years. Hardly to imagine now he's as thin as a rake.
Well, I can only guess that it would be this.
Take that!
Look at that smooth face.
The true nature of the beast has been run rampant here, revealed by the newly wed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms. Note this considerable horsepower they contain. Indeed, surely any woman with such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast, which so clearly savaged this room, is your wife, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀. Yeah. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have possibly disappeared to? Madame? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it's plain to see it with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Poor fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Miss 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 anywhere. But it seems as there might be a clue as to where her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder what Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀's wife could be.
This is literally her. The ring.
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue to her whereabouts. Ah! Indeed it does, that flower flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. Or it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. 𝗟𝗶's bride on this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary housemaid. No. You are Miss 𝗟𝗶's lucky bride. You are Miss 𝗟𝗶 herself. Oh my word! Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a 𝗟𝗶H𝗀𝘀. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, and yet you live in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, that you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. Man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Although, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. 𝗟𝗶 has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. 𝗟𝗶? Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Top secret, please. The raging wife of Mr. 𝗟𝗶. I really thought the cat was involved somehow. Now, Mr. 𝗟𝗶. It is plainly clear that you have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, that live pose that distress this loss has caused you is a veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders. The pain you feel is revealed by that supporting arm? Question mark. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. 𝗟𝗶's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mr. 𝗟𝗶 is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps supporting arm seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. 𝗟𝗶's pain is tangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? Does he have a toothache? Oh, he got slapped.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavily on your shoulders. The pain you feel is revealed by that slapped cheek. Of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek refuses to fade. It was you, Madame Joan 𝗟𝗶. Oh, well, yes. Look at her. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Arr! Help the blazes. How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. Keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you so subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame 𝗟𝗶 to fly into a rage. And we only need to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it's a pile of bills that's given rise to the pain you suffer. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say the bills were all for line fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the line never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. 𝗟𝗶's wife. Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slapper on the face, one so hard it left a perfect hand mark, in fact.
Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question.
She thought he was cheating on her.
Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark. Look. Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Hit marks, made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Oh dear, this plate has been smashed to pieces. And no one seems inclined to clean up and tidy the mess. Perhaps it's some sort of high art. Really, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, anyone who has a cannon display in their living room is clearly a little eccentric. Yes, let's call it eccentric. Eccentricity. Oh god. I know it's a love note, but I just want to read all the things. Looking at all these bills, it certainly amounts to a great deal of food. Meat and potatoes by the cartload, was it? Well, looking at the two of them, you can tell immediately who eats the lion's share in this household. Well, at least we'll no longer be talking about an actual lion anymore.
Take that!
%, the cane.
Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly on the ointment here. Gah! I don't know the Bally woman. You don't know her. That note wasn't written to me. It was just the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! Unlikely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained all the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and the note must have already been in there. So, the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! Unlikely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. The name written to James. My name, in case you have forgotten, is John. Hi! Unlikely story. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. With the hydration check, arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Okie dokie, get home safe. Thanks for the hydration check. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out the one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath, in which can clearly see by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. Could have caused such a destructive outburst. This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has evidently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eyes settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yet, as to explain the dire circumstances, we only look at the Tower of Cakes. No, you look at the candlestick. Well, surely Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But that doesn't seem to be any doubt. The state of disarray in this room is a result of her wild temper. Oh, that's true. So, this last part of Mr. Storm's seduction what we really need to fix. We only need to follow Miss 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. This is an advertisement handbill for the circus. Batty's Circus. That's in a nearby park. Isn't this the same one that we saw earlier? The one that was folded up in 𝗟𝗶's pocket. Perhaps they're great circus lovers? It couldn't be that hungry lion is somehow involved in here, could it? Oh dear. I do hope not. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one of the 3 candles missing from his holder? The carpet here has been ripped to shreds. Yes, according to Mr. 𝗟𝗶's deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh, yes, you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink that with that in mind. What, can I not just target the candle?
Take that!
As to explain the dire state of the carpet, we only need to look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of the ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured was clearly visible. Indeed, there are. The scorch marks at the very edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks. It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Miss 𝗟𝗶's mighty arm muscles left an impression that not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, but the most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared his claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of a marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. 𝗟𝗶, sir. I salute you! Deduction complete. Lemon tray. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to be done but be read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discover some rather illicit material. Well, what your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather close to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt description. Here we go again. And the carpet? Was that destroyed by the fire when the candle fell to the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of the eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You painted a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀. Well, you have nothing more to hide now. All you need to, if you allow me. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, backed up against the window under a heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming from 10 to the dozen. Oh, you know what happened? The wife probably threw a knife and stabbed the woman. Worst of it all, I lost my favorite. A book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. Oh yes, your notorious love of big cats is coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. Big cats. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Schlome's deductions turn out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was a total carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stake is in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now, let me see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. So at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window in the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀𝘀 could have been flattened outside my window in that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀's situation for now. But what does that have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man might be to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all the things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? The visiting hours at the prison will be over soon. Oh no. Is it that time already? If we are to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀. Oh, yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀 will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. I want to look at this. I could have sworn I saw, like, some knives or something. I guess not. I think we probably just did We did everything that needed to be done. February 19th, Fire Road. Time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a carrot. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝘀's house. 𝗟𝗏𝗀𝗀's house. The fuck? I know thee, not old man, fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling old man, you rum-looking nimmy pinny knee mini pinny mini? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than there are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who is this Horatio fella, huh? What are you on about? excuse me.
Eh? What the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. My associate here, Mr. Ryonosuke in Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
Eh? A lawyer? What?
If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
Fine. I'll be on me way for now. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet.
Oh, get thee to a nunnery.
Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you?
This case just ramped up by 100. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair thee, Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Hiroshio, than there are dreamt in your philosophy. I'm not Hiroshio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the 𝗟𝗶 residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. 𝗟𝗶 mentioned he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Matsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle was ne'er ever there meet. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Miss Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden. So, good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. I fare thee well. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. Seems he's unaware of what's happened to Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the 𝗟𝗶 house certainly is full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over.
19th February, 6:31 p.m. Local prison. Cell number 9. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched.
We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such kind compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese.
Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is thorough friendship transcending international borders that one that truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least.
Oh, it's you! The miserable rotten spy! 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home and see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room. At least your accommodations here offer a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, this is a superior room. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny.
Ah, you! How dare you, 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀?
Ugh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should have never come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well.
My whole life has been damned.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What is that supposed to mean?
Oh, there's a break. Ugh. I drink some water. Only 3, but it's kind of cloudy outside. Ugh. Thank you for the poke. Your daily pokes have been getting later and later. Thank you for the hydration check and the stretch. As long as it's not night. Well, yes. But couldn't you say it's night for you? Without this nightly poke as of when? Did it sound good? What didn't sound good? Oh, the ad finished. I'm sorry. I missed that. Looking at food. Trying to see what I wanted to I wanted to... What's the word? But I wanted to cash in for my lunch thing. Yeah, because my husband ate my food. He thought I didn't want it, but I said I was going to eat it tomorrow. And then I guess he just conveniently didn't listen. So he offered me lunch. Yeah, I'm bossy for being offered lunch. Lols. Oh, wow. Shaking my head. So Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no. Why do you look so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. It's really agitating him. You don't mean the trial is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me, summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands in the prosecution. Ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Must have killed it. What? Ah, I'm impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself. Oh no, you couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Ah, of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. On what earth do you mean by that? Van Zieks is quite an exceptional man, however in London courts of law. Exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Oh, that's good. So Saki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal case, that in a British criminal trial, there are both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based off the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It's an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals, and corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
But it means the wrong verdict can be passed.
And sadly, from time to time, my dear madame, it is simply the reality of the situation.
And that's all right?
However, those indicted by Lord 𝗟𝗂𝘀 cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
Your agitation may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking.
Disappear? But how?
By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Perhaps attacked by a highwayman.
Oh, no, no, no.
All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo.
I knew it. I'm
done for, doomed!
When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. 𝗟𝗶𝗹𝘀's house, I presume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed?
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, and I'd only been in London a week before I started noting strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I look, were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I've had to move a number of times, most recently to the room in Briar Road a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap, I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. It's true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I feel up waking as though I'm being choked to death. In my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded as a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe me? Really, no one at all? To believe, yes, to believe. To believe or not to believe, that is the question. Mr. Sholmes. Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀. If you recall. The 𝗟𝗂. Ah, yes, that case. The one with the snake? Well, yes. At that time, I was a suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe in me? I see, yes. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found in the victim of a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm just surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said, I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust.
In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another is in the final analysis down to oneself.
Deep. Preaches to everyone. That's, you know, genuinely, that's like, damn, that's deep. It's like, oh, you betrayed my trust. Well, it's like, well, you decided to trust.
It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself.
A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. That spelling of Sholmes, though.
You were so right, Kazuma.
The L is after the O. That's why I kept saying Shlomes, but it's Chomes.
Well, my dear fellows, it is time we are leaving, I believe. Already?
Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? How am I supposed to know that, dummy? You have to at least put like a face or like, you know, a /S or something like that. It doesn't come off as a joke otherwise.
Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you.
Classic dummy.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced British courtroom for the first time yesterday. Although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial. What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe that, even.
Yeah. That's why when I get serious, I type in paragraphs instead of just broken sentences. You leave yourself open.
But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in the court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight you for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who would listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I've got there in the end. Mr. Sato. Yes. Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. It's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believed in me too, now. So, it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. So Seki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner.
Get out of here, Moxie. My chat doesn't want to update.
Yeah, kitty cat.
Okay, I think that's where I'm gonna end for today. Ooh, my throat be feeling it, yo. Hmm. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. Yep, 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 yep. Thank you guys for coming for the revival of, I think so. For the revival of whatchamacallit. Of, Ace Attorney. Thank you. I'm gonna raid Noelle again. Just because I feel like it. Don't worry, we'll choose some other people in the future. But she's rigging. Oh, best of luck. Blue for poof.